investigation, including the crime scene investigation?
So it's very difficult to do that. I would say no. He's in charge of it. All filters to him, right? So everything that's happening, he's overseeing it all, but he's not directing what's happening at the crime scene. That's why you have an officer in charge of the crime scene. I'm there to follow the search warrant, to make sure that everyone's doing their tasks and make sure that we're communicating as a team with the Attorney General's office, as well as the lead investigator and the crime scene people doing their job.
What time did you get to 15 Ridgemont Drive on October 1st?
Approximately 7:20.
Okay. So several hours had passed since the New Hampshire State Police were initially informed of the death investigation.
I don't recall. I know that we're usually one of the last people to arrive on scene. There's local police and other people involved before we get there as crime scene team.
And so when the actual police got involved was about 2:38 in the afternoon. Does that sound right to you?
I don't recall.
Okay. So during the time from when the police were in the residence and when your team came into the residence, you don't know what happened, how many police were in there, what they were doing?
That is correct.
And you don't know whether evidence was manipulated while they were in there, right?
I don't know what happened before.
So you wouldn't know if evidence had been altered before you got there?
Unless they tell me so, if the body was moved or if evidence was moved. They usually communicate that to you. I didn't get any of that.
Okay. In fact, what you were told was that the Londonderry police officers didn't move anything.
Yes.
That's what you were told?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you about the porch for a few minutes. You testified yesterday that you did not see any issues or rips in the porch screen. Is that right?
Based on that picture, no.
Okay. I'd like to show you a few pictures. That are marked I for ID. It's a series of pictures.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yep, this is a different part. It's not the door.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you recognize
Yep.
what that is? What is that?
That's the porch.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate? So it's actually not evidence.
Oh, it's not? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
So that's okay. So if that would be a fair and accurate picture, and at the time that you took that photograph, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next picture?
That is the door.
Okay. And is there an issue with the screen right here?
Yes, that's not the door, but yes, the panel next to it.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but it looks like it's been patched, maybe?
But you can't tell if it's
No,
patched or open?
Nope.
Okay. Can you look at the next picture, please? And what is that a picture of?
That's the porch.
Okay. And is that, can we agree that it's a rectangle next to the door?
I can't tell. It's the same, but it has you can see the background right there, maybe, yeah. Yep, same spot.
And where that is lines right up with the lock, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how about the next picture? Do you recognize that as being the porch and the picture
Yes.
you took?
Yep.
And is that just a different picture of the same
Yes.
area I'm asking you to look at?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that this be entered as a full exhibit.
Can I just take a look at this first, please? Without objection.
Okay, ID is stricken from those exhibits. They can be marked as full exhibits. You can show them to the jury.
Thank you. This is picture number 1 of the porch. And that was what the door looked like when you took the pictures, right?
I don't know what series. I took over 1,500 photos, so we take a series of when we get there. I'm not sure if those were the original photos or if they were throughout the process after. It looks like things had been moved, so it wasn't my original photo of that.
Okay. But before you got there, you don't know what the state of that door was, right? Whether it was locked or unlocked?
No,
Or whether you testified yesterday that the doors leading out to the porch were locked when you saw it. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And you don't know if it was locked or unlocked before you got there.
That is correct.
I want to show you a different set of pictures. Which would be Defense Exhibit JJ for ID. Your Honor, the state is indicating that they do not object to entering Exhibit JJ as a full exhibit.
Okay. It'll be admitted.
Thank you. Can you describe what is in that picture?
A trash can.
Okay, and is that a picture that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where that trash can was, what room it was in?
No, but no.
Okay. Does the chair in the picture help you?
It appears to be in the dining room.
Okay. I'm going to have you go to the second picture, please. Does that help you a little bit more?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the kitchen.
Okay, so we're in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's another view of that trash can, and you took a picture of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next picture, please. A third picture of the trash can, different angle, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and still appears to be in the kitchen based on the flooring here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you switch it to the next one, please? And those were, that was some of the items of trash in that trash can, is that right?
Yes, we took the lid off.
Okay. Next picture, please. And those were some tissues that you took out of the trash when you took the lid off and started emptying the trash out, is that right?
I didn't physically do that.
Okay.
I took the photo of it.
So you were watching as it happened and you were photographing it?
I may or may not have been there when it happened.
Okay. But
I
you
don't
took
remember.
that picture, is that
Yes.
right? Okay, thank you. And it's actually been given an identification number as JG016, is that right?
Yes.
So my understanding is that that would mean that Trooper O'Leary would have put this card down because those are his unique initials. Am I understanding that right?
So we use a team model, so if it was not him specifically, his handwriting, I don't remember his handwriting per se, but someone could have wrote this.
Okay.
But yes, he's there taking his notes, picking the evidence.
He's the one who's actually packaging up the evidence, is my understanding. Is that right?
He's the one. Yep.
Okay. Can you flip to the next picture, please? Is that a closer up picture of JG016?
Yes.
Okay. And what we'll see in these pictures is there's, I think what you all call RBS, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a reddish brown stain,
Okay.
consistent with blood.
Okay, thank you. Could you
Mhm.
go to the next picture, please? Seems like an even closer up picture, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'd like to show these to the jury, Your Honor.
May? Okay.
These are a little bigger, so hopefully easier to see. I just want to ask one more question about that exhibit. So that would have been taken to the JG 016 would have been packaged up and taken to the state lab along with the other evidence that you and your team retrieved on October 1st, 2019.
Yes.
I'd like to show you another set of pictures. Which is Defendant's Exhibit HH, marked for ID. The owner of the state would not object to this being entered as a full exhibit. Again, it's HH, Defendant's Exhibit.
Okay, it's admitted.
I hand you a packet. And is that a picture that you took as part of your photographing of the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where this is in the home area?
I believe when you walk up the stairs, it's like the beginning of the hallway.
Okay.
And this is the kitchen right here.
Okay. And just so that I just want to make sure, so would this be sort of the top of the stairs as you're coming up, or?
I think it's close. I don't know if the stairs are here or here,
Okay.
but this is the kitchen, so it's the hallway.
Okay. And what is? I'm going to ask you to look at this item here. What is that? That's a picture of.
A black backpack.
Okay. Can we flip to the next? I know you identified it as a black backpack, but looking at it closer, is that still?
So is that the back? That's,
So this is
I
what I'm
can't-
showing you here.
Oh, this right here? That looks like there's a magazine, so maybe a gun case or a bag or I don't know. It looks like a bag to me.
Okay.
I don't know what kind.
And can you flip to the next page, please? And so is that a closer up picture of the bag?
Yes.
Okay. And the next page? Is that an even closer up picture of the bag?
Yes.
And what are those that are those are, it looks to me like they're spent shell casings, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of spent shell casings they are in that picture?
No.
Okay. And okay. This would not have been an item that you collected as part of your evidence collection, is that right?
That would be up to Jay O'Leary's decision to make.
So I guess maybe I should have asked you a better question. This did not go along with the rest of the evidence that went to the state lab, is that right?
I don't recall. If it didn't get an evidence number, then it didn't go to the lab.
Okay.
That I can say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Showing the pictures to the jury. And just for clarification, it's the bag on the bottom that we were just talking about, okay? This item here. Closer up view of
and things are all moved, you can tell.
So who opened it, that packet?
I don't know.
Would it have been a member of your investigative team?
Yes.
Okay. But it was closed prior to an investigator opening it and looking inside?
Yes.
Can I have one moment here? So we're gonna put up on the screen, hopefully, everyone will see. So this is, I'm going to show you what is the last photo, close in, the last photo of the packet, defendant's age. In your experience in your training in shooting reconstruction, are you familiar with rimfire cartridges, bullet cartridges?
I know they're different than center fire.
Okay, do you know what the difference is?
It's where the firing pin hits the casing.
Okay, so on a center fire bullet cartridge, where does the firing pin hit?
As it says in the center of the firing
And
casing.
what's a way to tell the difference between a center fire and a rimfire cartridge?
The labeling, most likely like the head of it and the style of the cartridge itself, the ammunition.
On a center fire cartridge, is there a thing called a primer?
Yes.
Okay, and how about on a rimfire cartridge?
I don't recall.
Okay. Looking at these, and in your training experience, looking at these cartridges present in that backpack, defendant's HH as it's depicted, are you able to see whether or not those are center fire or rimfire cartridges?
I can't tell from that photo, but it's different ammunition.
A different ammunition from what?
The firearm that was closest to bedroom 1.
Okay, so talking about, was there a casing found in the room, bedroom 1, where Mr. Garcia was found?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know whether or not that cartridge case that was found in there, or the shell casing, was that a center fire?
I don't know what it was. I just know that it was a different type of ammunition than that one.
Okay. One moment, Church. Nothing further.
Any follow-up on that?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Trooper, you may be excused. This witness may be excused. She can be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may be excused. Thank you.
At this time, the state will call Bishop Stanley Choate to the stand, please.
Counsel, what was the name on that again?
Bishop Choate, C-H-O-A-T-E. One second. I'm going to come right this way, please. We're going to go to the stand. Just step forward right here. So we can take down, please.
Good morning.
Sir, if you could just remain standing for a brief moment, please. Will you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. I
Thank
do.
you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Good morning, Bishop.
Good
It's
morning.
nice to meet you again. I want to first have you go ahead and spell your full name. That includes both your first name and your last name for the record as we're being recorded today.
Spell it.
Yes, please.
STANLEYCHOATE.
And Bishop Cho, where are you currently a pastor, sir?
Pelham, New Hampshire.
And what is the name of your ministry?
New England Pentecostal Ministries.
How long have you been sitting in fellowship in Pelham?
84.
Since 1984? And how long ago did you meet Luis and Patty Garcia?
I don't know the dates. I just don't. It's been a while, but
A number of years ago, is that fair to say?
probably several years.
Okay. Did Luis perform any services at the church? Did he help out in any way?
Yeah, he helped out as far as organizing and doing means projects. He was also one of our teachers.
And did he hold a position in the church? Did he have a title?
No.
Okay. Was he considered one of the more elders of the church? Had he been there a while?
Yes, he were over security.
He oversaw security at the church?
Yes.
What are some of the other activities he would participate in besides fellowship on Sunday? Some of the other activities that would maybe just happen during the week, whether they be prayer or just gathering?
Yeah, he would come to prayer and Bible study. And he would always, when we have an activity, he and his wife would love to cook for
For those activities, for those get-togethers?
yes.
Were there regular prayer sessions that were held at the church separate from Sundays?
Yes.
Okay. And who would lead those prayer sessions sometimes?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. Do you have an individual working at the church who is affectionately called Minister Eddie?
Yes.
Okay, and who's that?
Eddie is my nephew.
Would he sometimes lead any of these prayer groups or Bible studies?
Yes, he did.
How did you come to meet Brandon Castiglione? How did you meet him?
He started coming, I think he was coming encouraged by his I think it might have been his grandfather.
Okay. And what's the name of his grandfather? Or his first name, I should say.
Jeff,
Jeff. And what about his grandmother, Jeff's wife?
I think it's Fran.
How long had you known Brandon? How long had he been coming to church?
I don't know exactly the time.
Do you remember whether it was months or years?
It was years.
Years. And do you know what activities Brandon did at the church?
No.
Do you see Brandon in the courtroom today?
Yes, I see him.
Okay. Could you please point out where he's wearing and maybe the color of clothing that he's wearing?
Oh, he has on a sort of, I think it might be a gray, sort of gray, light gray shirt.
Like gray shirt. And seated over at the table?
Yes, over here.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd ask that the record please reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
No objection.
Bishop Cho, when was the last time you saw the defendant before today?
I can't recall. I wouldn't know.
And had you ever seen the defendant and Luis together?
Yeah, they would be together sometime. Minister Lewis would always try to, encourage you to talk to him.
And so you saw him try to encourage and talk to him?
Yes.
Okay. That encouragement and talking to him, when did you see that? What sort of events would you see that at?
It would probably be after service of a Bible study when we come together. He was just trying to encourage him in the faith.
Okay. Had Lewis or the defendant ever talked with you about Lewis doing work over at the defendant's house where he lived with his father?
He didn't talk to me prior to it. I didn't find out until after the fact.
You stated a moment ago that Lewis talked with the defendant about just trying to counsel him in the faith.
Yes.
Before Lewis was murdered, in the weeks leading up to before Lewis's murder, what was the defendant's behavior like at the church?
I didn't have that much encounter with him, but when I did see him, it just seemed like he was withdrawn.
Withdrawn?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to his actions inside the church, did you ever see him getting counseled inside the church about his activities?
I think once or twice. I think he might have been out of order. And we have, just ushers and stuff talks to try to make sure the order is maintained.
Okay. And you said Lewis was in charge of security, correct?
Yes.
Before Lewis was shot, what, if any, concern did you have about Brandon bringing a weapon to church?
Well, that
Objection,
was-
may we approach?
Just a moment, please. All right, sir, thank you very much. I apologize for the delay. I'm going to withdraw that last question for me and make sure that I understand a few different things first. You said that recently Brandon had to be, recently as in weeks leading up to Lewis's murder, that Brandon had to be counseled. Ushers went over and spoke to him in church to make sure things stayed in order. Did I say that correctly? To ensure that Brandon was going to be orderly in the church.
Yeah, but just responds to stuff.
Response to
For
stuff.
example, if you're in a Bible class, you know, we have people respond to certain questions. And that was all it was. He had his own opinion about it. And if it was out of order, it wasn't according to scripture, then we would try to counsel him.
Let me ask for yourself. Did you ever witness the defendant, Brandon Castiglione, in fellowship on Sunday or at a Bible study or at another event where this sort of response had to be made?
I think it was once.
Once? Can you tell us about that?
It was in response to something that he had said pertaining to who he was as far as his calling.
A calling?
Yeah, he responded out of context for scripture. So we
And at some point after this, did you have a conversation with Lewis about, generally about concern for Brandon in the church? And that's, I'm not asking about the specifics of that conversation, just generally, did you have a conversation about concern based upon what you saw?
I think it was more or less with his teachers, but there was some interaction with Minister Lewis.
Objection here, Senator, we approach.
Yes.
You said that he would, it was more in response to the teachings of what was being taught?
Yes.
Okay. Let me clarify then with another question. So after those conversations, based on what you saw, did you have a concern about Brandon in the church?
There was some concerns.
And did you have a concern?
Yes, I did.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. And based upon that concern, did Luis have Brandon checked for weapons at the church?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware? Okay. So you're aware of the concern, you have that concern, but you are not aware that Luis had that conversation with Brandon at the
Right.
church? Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that. I don't have any further questions for you, sir, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, you may step down.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that Mr. Choate be excused from the service, please.
No objection.
That means you are free to leave the courthouse, or you can stay and watch.
Okay, no, we have some other appointments coming up. some other appointments coming up, so I'm gonna go.
I'm sorry, sir, I don't understand.
Oh, I just say I had other appointments.
Yes, you were free to go.
Okay, thank
You
you.
were free to go. Do you need a hand?
No.
Okay, are you sure? Okay. Just watch your step.
So just a couple of moments to just get a couple of exhibits and warrant the next witness.
Okay, go ahead.
No need to leave people instructions.
We were going to not take a break till 10:30, so.
Yeah, not looking to take a break, just need about 1 minute. Your Honor, State calls Trooper Tamara Hester to the stand, please.
Right up here, Trooper.
Go ahead and remain standing when you get to the podium.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Trooper, if you please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. And Trooper Hester, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and last name and spell both of those names for us?
Yes. My name is Tamara Hester. First name is spelled Tamara, and my last name is spelled Hester.
Thank you. Trooper Hester, where are you currently employed?
By the Department of Safety, and I work for the New Hampshire State Police.
And how long have you been working for New Hampshire State Police?
I was hired in March of 2008, so I have completed just over 14 years with the State Police.
14 years. Okay. What's your current rank?
Lieutenant?
Okay. And were you employed by any other law enforcement agencies prior to coming to New Hampshire State Police?
I was not.
And what sort of educational background do you have separate from your police training? We'll get into that in a moment.
Okay. I have a Bachelor of Arts from the University of New Hampshire, and I majored in psychology and justice studies.
Are you a certified and full-time officer?
Yes, I am.
And did you attend the New Hampshire State Police Academy?
I did, yes.
What was your academy class graduating number, if you remember?
The 146th.
What sort of different assignments have you had or different units that you've worked in state police, so we understand your background?
Okay. So when I was hired in 2008, I worked out of the Troop A barracks, which is located close by in Epping, New Hampshire, where I worked in a patrol capacity. For a period of time, I worked a K-9, a dual-purpose K-9. So I worked in Troop A until 2015. In 2015, I was transferred to the Narcotics Investigations Unit, where I conducted drug investigations in regular investigator capacity and some undercover capacity as well. And then in late 2018, I was transferred to the Special Investigations Unit, where I currently work. And in that unit, we conduct cyber crimes, digital forensics, and child exploitation investigations.
What sort of training have you had in searching electronics and electronic devices?
I've had a variety of training through different companies and agencies. I've had training through some vendor-specific, such as Celebrite. So I have a certification through Celebrite to use their software and hardware. I've been to training in Hoover, Alabama, which is where the United States Secret Service has a training facility called the National Computer Forensic Institute. I've attended training through NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center, and I've also attended non-vendor specific training such as SANS.
Okay. That's a lot there, so I need to break a little bit of that down. You said one thing was a Cellbrite training. Can you please explain to the jury what a Cellbrite is or what it does?
Yes, so Celebrite is a tool that we utilize in order to conduct examinations on mobile devices. It can also do extractions on things such as SIM cards that are included within a mobile device, as well as SD cards, which can be included in a mobile device or located in other places. So that's a vendor-specific tool that we utilize in our office.
And when you say vendor-specific, what does that mean?
Meaning it's its own, so it's not open source. I guess there's also free tools that are available for forensic examiners or people who just have an interest, I guess, in doing digital forensics on their own. So this is a paid tool.
Okay. With regards to those sort of electronic searches, have you been involved in multiple searches through your time there at SIU and maybe even before of searching electronic devices?
Yes.
Okay. And give the jury an idea, what are some of the different types of devices that you've searched?
I have searched mobile devices, which could also contain a SIM card or an SD card, which could be all-inclusive within that phone. I've searched SD cards separately. I also am trained to do examinations on computers, tablets. I think that's probably it.
And separate from that, have you ever had any sort of training specifically for homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
Okay, when was that? Or most recently, I should say, when was that?
In May of 2022, I attended a basic homicide investigations class in Nashua, New Hampshire.
All right. Were you involved in the investigation into the death of Luis Garcia in Londonderry in October of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Okay. When you were first asked to work on that case, where did you go?
I went to the Londonderry Police Department.
And did you interact with anybody there with regards specifically to what we're talking about here, a search of an electronic device?
Yes, Trooper First Class Tara Elsmiller.
Elsmiller. And what did she give you?
A mobile device.
And let me ask you just generically, what is an IMEI number? First of all, what does IMEI stand for, I should say, and then what does that number mean?
So an IMEI is an International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's a 15-digit number that nowadays on older phones it was printed on the back of the device, so sometimes you would actually see it if you just turned over the device and you looked at it. Now sometimes it's not actually printed on the back of a device anymore. It's a 15-digit code that's basically tied to the mobile device that if you actually you can use a tool online, you can actually obtain certain information to include like make and model of the phone. So it's tied to the hardware of the phone itself.
The phone that you obtained from Trooper Elsmiller, on that particular phone, did you end up conducting a search of that phone electronically?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before you went ahead and did that search, what sort of permission or authority did you have to conduct the search?
We had consent from the next of kin.
And do you know that consent, was that verbal or was it written?
It was written consent.
Do you remember the name of the individual who provided that? Who was the next of kin for that phone's owner?
Patricia Garcia.
How do you conduct these searches once you get on a device like this? Can you explain the process to us?
So in this particular scenario, it was a consent device. So as I referenced before, we have Celebrite, which is a tool. So we utilize it's called the UFED Touch 2. So it's a physical device. It's kind of shaped like a box like this. And in order to do the extraction on it, you plug the phone into the device on one side, and then it extracts the data from the phone. And once the data is extracted, then you move that data over to a laptop or a desktop computer, whatever you have in your possession. And then there's a piece of software which Celebrite calls Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which you use to open the extraction that's created. And as such, you can look at the data that was extracted from the phone without having to manually do anything on the phone itself.
So when this extraction takes place, does that literally take something off the phone? Does it copy something off the phone? Does it mirror it? What is the extraction?
It copies the data off of the phone, so the information that it's taking is still on the device itself. It doesn't actually remove anything from the phone.
Does it make any sort of alterations or changes to that data on that phone?
In order to communicate with the device itself, it does have to, in like a logical extraction, it will install a client on the device, but it doesn't make any alterations to the data itself.
And then once you get that data, how do you look through it? How do you analyze and see what's there?
So in the software itself, they have different ways that they break it down, and in terms of different extraction methodologies that are available, you may get call logs, text messages, contact information, calendar information. So there is a pane that breaks it down that you can look at different information depending on what the investigation entails and what an investigator may be seeking.
And how does it kind of break it down? I mean, generically, if I were to look at the screen and I see the different data that's on there, kind of what are the categories that it spits out for me, or how can I look through that info?
You can look through the information. I get the way that it breaks down is basically it's kind of like a tree or a carrot method, it might be called. So I'm just going to use my hand to show it. So it's kind of like an arrow that's pointing, and let's say it says call logs, and then there may be a drop down if there's different types of information that were decoded by the device. Let's say there was various calls that came from maybe an application. Some may have come, if we were to say a phone call came directly to your phone number, that's considered like something that's native on the phone, meaning that it was installed when the phone came to you. But there's also ways that you can make phone calls through third-party applications, so it may break it down further under call logs in things such as, native call logs, let's say WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, different if there's other things that were extracted from the device depending on what the person had installed on their phone.
Okay. And you can see all of that using this reader, and just, you're not, again, changing any information, you're just reading the information from the extraction, is that correct? Right. Now, on the phone that you obtained with the consent of the next of kin, on that particular phone from Luis Garcia, did you run one of these forensic downloads?
Yes.
Okay. And from that download, were you able to look at the same thing you just described for us, the different information that's on there or that's accessible?
Yes.
Did you ever go and look at the call log itself? And by call log, what I'm referring to, actually, what do you use? I'm going to make sure I use your terms. What is a call log to you?
A call log to me would be incoming, outgoing, or missed phone calls that were received on the handset.
Were you able to look at that on Luis Garcia's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything on there that talked about some of their applications that allowed for phone calls, the difference you went list through a few moments ago? Did you see anything there that indicated there was another call other than just the basic call feature of the phone?
In this particular case, from the information that I looked at, I do not recall that.
Okay. And were you able to generate an extraction report of those call logs specifically for October 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, with the understanding that the defense has no objections, we'd ask for the identification to be stricken for State Exhibit 118.
Okay, Michelle?
Just show me, Your Honor, with regards to Mr. White. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 118. Have you look through that just for a brief moment? And do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
All right, what kind of document is it?
This is a report that was created through Celebrite, and it's for call logs dated on October 1st, 2019.
All right. Do you recognize this as the call logs that were found on Luis Garcia's cell phone that you searched?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon that and based upon your memory of that search, is that fully accurate, as in that captures all of the calls that were made to or from that phone that day?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could take that back. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. And actually, if for some reason you can't see it on the screen, I will leave Exhibit 118 with you. Looking at Exhibit 118 on the screen here, do you recognize, I know it's very, very small font at the time, do you recognize that as being the same thing that's in front of you?
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay. What I'd like to ask and what I'd like to do is kind of go ahead and have you take us through what the phone log showed for communication back and forth to Luis Garcia's phone that day, okay?
Okay.
So you can follow along with that particular exhibit, or look up at the screen, we'll go back and forth. I'd like to start off specifically with this section here. We're looking at that call as call number 30. I'm going to zoom in. Can you tell us about this information that you found for a phone call on Luis's phone, the first one of the day?
Yeah, so for the call logs that were extracted, that basically when the report is created, so for what you see here, there's different columns based upon what the information is. So in moving from, I'll go from left to right.
Yep.
So the number 30 is what Celebrite is creating as a line item, basically, meaning 30 items were exported from this. So, and then you see in the 2 lines, so that is the outgoing phone number. Since it was, as you see all the way over to the right, it was an outgoing phone call, so you have the identified phone number. Underneath that is what the contact name would be saved as. So in this particular case, that phone number is saved in the device as Minister Eddie. And then underneath that, we see the direction outgoing. And then in the next column over to the right, we see the date, which is 10/1/2019. And then there's a timestamp underneath it, 7:45:47 a.m. And then where you see the parentheses where it says UTC -4, UTC is a universal coordinated time, and that's basically UTC -0 is what it's a universal time, but depending on where you live in the country, you have to add or subtract time. So here in New Hampshire, depending on whether we're observing daylight savings times or not, we're either -4 or -5. And in this particular case, since we're still in October, we are -4. So basically it's saying we subtract, Celebrite was able to basically convert the timestamps to local time, so that's why it says UTC -4.
I see. So that's the difference between, so when we see 7:45 and 47 seconds, that tells us that that is the local time. If I were to look on the clock, when this call was made, it would say 7:45 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then one, oops, sorry.
No, go right ahead. I think we're going to the same place. If you could explain to us the numbers in the next column, please.
Okay, and one more column to the right is the length of that call. So in this case, it's approximately 28 minutes and 57 seconds. And then it again identifies that it's an outgoing call.
Can you explain, what is an outgoing call? What does that word outgoing mean?
It would mean that physical device, whoever is in control of that device, is making a call to another number. And incoming would be the reverse, would be that it's the recipient.
Okay. I think I understand that part. Now you said before the phone number that's listed in column number 2, under the word 2, we've got a phone number that's listed there, and then a name that we're reading says Minister Eddie. Is that I believe you said that's what programmed into the phone? So is that like, if I open up my phone right now, that's my contact is listed in this way?
Yes, so if I were to give you my phone number and you saved it as a contact and you put Tamara Hester in there, that would be how it would show up here, because it's exporting it from the contacts.
Okay. So from looking at the call logs, this is a phone call that was going out from Luis Garcia's phone starting at 7:45 and 47 seconds a.m. on that day, October 1st, 2019, and it lasted for 28 minutes, 57 seconds. Did I read that correctly, or am I interpreting that information correctly?
Yes.
I'd like to go to the next phone call that you found on the phone And this particular one here. Could you go ahead and tell us what we have for this information?
Yes, so the columns they all have the same identifying information across the top, but in this particular case, it is a missed call, the phone number there, and the contact is saved as Brother Mark, and that phone call occurred at approximately 9:30 a.m.
And that direction under there says incoming, the opposite of outgoing?
Correct.
Okay. So this is a call that's coming into Luis's phone, is that right?
Yes, and as we can see, it's missed, and which is why the time isn't incrementalized. That's why it's 0 seconds.
And so when it says missed, is that in essence that the connection never happened? Nobody picked up the phone?
That would be correct.
So this is at 9:30 and 30 seconds a.m., right?
Yes.
And I'd like to go ahead to the next call. Call 28 on the log. What is the next call that came into Luis's phone?
This is from another 603 phone number. The contact was saved as Brother Archer. It's an additional incoming missed call that occurred at approximately 9:17 a.m.
And another missed call. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to go to the next group of calls here after that call 28, looking at 27, 26, 25, 24, and 23. Could you help us out, please, with regards to call 27? It appears to be from a number and it says the word null underneath. What does that mean?
Generally, if it comes up as null, basically your phone, it's the way that your phone stores information. It could be in particular call logs, and contacts and messages are often stored in what's called a SQLite database. So it's the way that the information is stored and how it exports it. If there's no value there, it often will store it as null. So that to me would mean that that contact is not saved in the device. That phone number, I should say, is not saved in the device as anything.
And I also can see from, if I'm reading this correctly, it's an 855 area code, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And does that indicate anything to you as somebody who looks at electronic devices and phone records if a call's coming from an 855 area code?
Frequently, people get spammed from a variety of different phone numbers, or it could be something as simple as like your cable company, somebody calling you. But generally, if it's, I guess, maybe more of a corporate thing.
Okay. And what time did this call come in and was not picked up?
That call came in at approximately 16:03 a.m.
And how about the next call, call 26?
That is another call from the contact saved as Brother Mark, incoming and missed at approximately 10:52 a.m.
And we're going to go up to the next two calls, 25 and 24. Call 25. What time did the call 25 come in?
10:49:53 a.m.
And that was missed as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Next call number 24 here listed. What time did that call come in and from whom?
11:41:28 a.m. and that is from the contact saved as Brother Mark.
And the next one after that, call 23. What time did that come in and from whom? Just a moment.
I'm sorry, 12:14:13 p.m. and that is from the contact saved as Brother Mark.
And was this again another missed call from Brother Mark?
Yes.
Going to the next series of phone calls, starting listed as 22. Can you please tell us as we zoom in here, who are let's go with 22 and 21. Who is calling in here according to the phone?
Both 21 and 22 are both from the contact saved as Pat G in the phone, and 22 is a missed call at 12:44:56 p.m. and 21 is a missed call at 12:45:41 p.m.
And those two times, 12:44:56 and 12:44:41, that's what, less than a minute in between those two?
Yes, correct.
And call 20, the next call that came in, can you tell us about that call, please?
Yes, so that from the contact save as Hefe and Fran, and that is a incoming missed call at 12:48:04 p.m.
And again, all three of those are missed calls as well, right?
Correct.
We're going to keep going. Call 19. If you could please tell us 19, 18, and 17, where are these calls coming from?
19, 18, and 17 are all three from the contact saved as Pat G. I'll start backwards at 19. It's 12:50:21 p.m. an incoming missed call. 12:52:38 is an incoming missed call, and 12:59:17 is an incoming missed call.
Going over to the first page of the document, we finished with call 7. Excuse me. Yep. Just go back a little. Yeah, we finished with call 15. If we can go into call 14, please.
Is an incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 1:04:30 p.m.
And call 13 also from Pat G.
Yes, at 1:12:42 p.m.
Call 12 also for Pat G.
Yes, at 1:16:55 p.m.
And what about call 11 also for Pat G?
Yes, at 1:36:08 p.m.
And what about call 10?
Is an incoming missed call from the contact saved Hefe and Fran at 1:39:39 p.m.
Going back to call 9, the next call that's up there, can you please go ahead and explain to us what the next call was?
That's an incoming missed call from Pat G at 2:08:43 p.m.
Call 8.
Call 8 is an incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 3:01:29 p.m.
Call 7.
Incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 3:15:16 p.m.
Call 6.
Is that says no number on it, and again we have null there. So again, it could mean that the contact wasn't saved in there, and without the number, I can't say who it came from, but from training and experience, it could possibly be a private number calling into the phone that wouldn't be recognized on the phone itself.
Understood.
And that's 4:22:10 p.m.
Again, missed.
Yes.
And call 5, please.
Incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 5:01:49 p.m.
5:01:49, is that correct?
That's correct.
5:01:49, do you know what time New Hampshire State Police was called and asked to assist the Londonderry Police Department with this investigation?
I do not.
Calls 4, 3, 2, and 1. Could you please, can you read it from on there? Just in general, with the times of those calls?
Just the times?
Yep, from call 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, call 4 is 5:50:49 p.m.
Who's that from?
That is from incoming missed from Pat G.
3.
3 is incoming missed from a 508 area code phone number, not saved as a contact in the phone, 6:42:10 p.m. And 2 is incoming missed call from a 978 saved in the device as Manny, and that is 8:35:32 p.m.
And to be thorough and complete, call 1, please.
Call 1 is a 978 phone number saved as Elder Pyre's home, incoming missed call at 9:23:23 p.m.
And Do those accurately reflect each one of those phone calls that were made to or from Luis Garcia's phone according to the extraction that you performed for that particular day, October 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Ron. Trooper Hester, I thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
So we're going to take the morning break for any questioning. I'm assuming you do have questioning.
I do.
Okay, all right. So we're going to stand in recess for the next 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not engage in any independent research. We'll be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right.
You start.
phone, as you had just testified. And when you were finished with that extraction, you then provided it to Sergeant Sloper?
No, I believe it went back to Sergeant Amatucci. If I can review the chain of custody, I can confirm.
Well, let me ask a better question, because I think what you're talking about is the actual phone back to Amatucci, is that right?
Oh, okay, yeah, yes.
So sorry, it was a bad question.
No, that's okay.
You provided the extraction or the Celebrate report to Sergeant Sloper?
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
who is the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
Okay. You were never asked by any member of the major crime team in this case to do an extraction on Brandon Castiglione's phone, correct?
I was not, no.
No further questions.
Read your right, Your Honor. We ask the witness be excused. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You're free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Dr. Jenny B. Duval to the stand, please. Will Dr. Duval please come over there? We're going to take the stand. Why don't you step right there in the court? And when you get to the witness stand, if you could please remain standing for a moment. Dr. Duval, will you please go ahead and raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. There's water up there if you need it, tissues as well. It's allergy season. Whatever you need. If you need a break, please let us know.
Okay.
Dr. Duval, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jenny Duval, Jennieduval.
And Dr. Duval, where or what is your current title?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of New Hampshire.
And how long have you been working in the medical examiner's office here in New Hampshire?
So 5 years as the Chief Medical Examiner. Before that, I was the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for about 17 years.
As the Chief Medical Examiner, what are your responsibilities, your duties?
So as Chief, I'm responsible for the overall administration of the office, but I also share the caseload with the Deputy Chief. So I also perform autopsies on a daily basis. We teach and lecture frequently. We're members of fatality review committees that meet periodically. And I testify.
And what do you testify about frequently?
Just my findings during my autopsy examinations.
Did you ever work in another medical examiner's office before coming to New Hampshire?
Yes, I was in the Dallas County Medical Examiner's office in Dallas, Texas for a couple of years before I started here.
And what were your responsibilities at the Dallas County Medical Examiner's office?
Pretty much the same, more autopsy examinations and teaching and lecturing.
I want to make sure we understand a couple of different terms and definitions that you use before we get into the substantive testimony about this particular case. Could you please explain for the jury, what does it mean to determine the cause of somebody's death?
So the cause of death is the underlying reason why someone passed away, why their heart and lungs stopped. So it could be anything. It could be trauma, it could be disease, it could be drug intoxication, or combinations of those.
And do you also determine, separate from that cause, what the manner of somebody's death is?
Yes, so that refers to the circumstances surrounding the death. So there are 5 possible manners of death. There are natural deaths due to exclusively natural disease like heart attacks and strokes. There are accidents that are due to unintentional injuries, Many overdoses that we see are accidents, traffic fatalities. There are suicides, which is death at your own hands with the intent to cause your death. Homicides are death resulting from the actions of another person. And there is an undetermined category where we don't have enough information to categorize the death.
And approximately how many different deaths have you certified in the course of your career?
Certified tens of thousands, perhaps. I've performed over 6,000 autopsy exams, but I certify many more deaths without an autopsy.
Explain to the jury why. What are the difference between some that might be certified and the ones where you conduct 6,000 or so where you've conducted autopsies?
Well, some deaths automatically require an autopsy for various reasons. Some are national standards dictate that we will do an autopsy in certain cases. Many times it's the judgment of the pathologist that they need to examine the body internally to determine the cause or to confirm what they suspect is the cause of death. But there are many others that we will certify the death without the autopsy. So they're usually deaths where it's an elderly person with lots of medical problems and their death is expected, but there is no one available to certify the death. So we would get involved to process that. There are other cases where the injuries are obviously fatal and not survivable, and the internal examination is not really necessary. So there are other situations too. So we don't always perform an autopsy, meaning the internal part of the autopsy exam, in every death that we certify.
In those matters where you are conducting an autopsy, I mean, just generally, can you kind of define for us what an autopsy is? What do you do and what are you looking for?
So an autopsy is an examination of the body after death. It does include an external exam. So we do examine the body externally for evidence of disease or injury. That's followed by an internal examination where I would make incisions into the body so that I can examine all of the organs. And again, I'm looking for evidence of disease or injury. And usually during that procedure, I'll take tissue samples or blood samples or other samples for additional testing.
Separate from doing an autopsy and the results you get from that, what are some of the other things that you look at before you determine a cause and a manner of death?
Yeah, so the autopsy is one piece of a death investigation. So the investigation starts at the scene, or really starts before that. I would want medical history as much as we can obtain. Medical history. Then it's the scene investigation, usually by one of our investigators. We'll respond to the scene, gather information about the circumstances, when the person was last known alive, when they were found, how they were found, were they complaining of anything before they were discovered. So all that information is as important, if not more important, than the actual examination of the body.
From the autopsies that you've conducted in criminal cases or criminal investigations, have you had numerous ones that involve victims of gunshot wounds?
Yes.
And I'd like to talk with you now a little bit about what you had to do to get trained up in order to do this work, this line of work, and become the chief medical examiner. Can you explain to us just a little bit of what your education and training was to get to where you are now?
Yes, so I have an undergraduate degree from the University of New Hampshire. I went to medical school at McGill University, that's in Montreal, Quebec. I followed that with a 4-year pathology residency at UMass Medical Center in Worcester, Mass. I then did fellowship training at the Boston, Massachusetts Medical Examiner's Office. And I returned to UMass Medical Center for a final year of training in surgical pathology. So I needed all those years of training after medical school to be eligible to take my board examinations. So I took a series of exams way back, and I am board certified in 3 different areas of pathology.
And what are those 3 different areas?
They're called anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And Do you use the knowledge that you've learned in all three of those fields when you're being the chief medical examiner?
Yes, I do.
What does it mean to be board certified in any field of medicine, but also specifically with regards to these three specialties?
Right, so every medical specialty has a board. Mine's the American Board of Pathology. And they have requirements to be able to be eligible to take the examinations, and then you have to pass the examinations in order to be board certified. So the requirements are that you have a medical degree from an accredited university, that you have completed a residency training program in that specialty and have met the requirements of that training program, that you have a medical license to practice medicine somewhere in one of the states, and that you pass these examinations.
When we talk about pathology, what is that? I remember briefly from science class that ology means study of, but pathology, what's that defined as?
So it does mean the study of, and pathos is disease. So it's a study of disease. Pathologists are medical doctors, just like your internists, but rather than seeing patients in a clinical office setting or in the hospital, pathologists are usually based in a lab. And most pathologists will spend a lot of time peering through a microscope at tissue samples from the operating room. And they are the ones that diagnose what the disease process is, and they're the ones that pass that information on to the surgeon or your physician so that you can be treated.
And how is forensic pathology different from what they do?
So forensic pathology is another subspecialty of pathology, and forensic pathologists perform autopsy exams and investigate deaths. Not all deaths, but deaths that are sudden or unexpected, that may involve the criminal justice system or public health. And the goal of the death investigation is to determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
So that field is separate from just like clinical pathology, as you explained before, anatomic pathology?
Right, so anatomic pathology is really surgical pathology. It's the pathologist peering through the microscope. Clinical pathology refers to the hospital laboratories. So pathologists are often in charge of those. So when you have a blood test, a blood sample drawn and sent to the lab, it's those labs that are under the purview of the clinical pathologists.
Do you later on take a look at any additional reports other than your own autopsy report when you're putting this together, and specifically any reports that come from other individuals that do that line of work?
So in my office and the way our office functions is we always have a death investigator that will respond to the scene and gather preliminary information, speak to the pathologist on call about the circumstances and the case information as is known at that time. And the pathologist then determines whether we need to perform an autopsy or not. And before the autopsy, then the investigator will have completed their own report, their investigation report. And I would have that information available to me before the autopsy. And I may or may not have medical records available at that time. Sometimes we get more information directly from the police. I think that's about it.
With regards to some of the testing that you conduct on an individual when they're present for an autopsy, are there any work that's done chemically to find out whether or not that person has different substances or foreign substances in their bloodstream?
Yeah, so the autopsy can include additional testing where we take the samples during the autopsy exam and we send those off for testing. Most of the time that includes toxicology tests. So we will routinely send blood samples to a lab, have it tested to see if there are medications or drugs or alcohol or anything in the blood.
And it's part of your practice and your training to be able to read those reports that come back and then take into account how that may or may not have affected this individual at or near the time of death?
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified then in forensic pathology? You talked about these board certifications and you talked a little bit about the process that you have to go through. I guess, is there anybody who's a practicing medical examiner for the state of New Hampshire who's not board certified?
No, so it's required in most medical examiners' jurisdictions that the forensic pathologists that are employed there be board certified. So it's a certification and accreditation.
Okay. And accredited. Have you ever testified or been qualified, in court as an expert in forensic pathology before?
Yes,
Okay. Approximately how many times?
over 100.
Okay. And what different states?
New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, and Texas.
Your Honor, based upon the testimony from Dr. Duval, we ask that she be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection. Okay, she is so qualified.
Thank you. Dr. Duval, I'd like to talk with you now about the specifics of this particular case, and that would be the death of Luis Garcia. It's my understanding you may have brought your file with you today?
I did.
Okay. If you could just let us know at the times that you need to refer to your file, just so we can have it clear on the record of when you're referring to it, but you are free to refer to it whenever you may need to. You said, how many autopsies do you do per year?
275 or so.
So if you need to refer to your report, that's fine, okay? All right. And can you tell us how your office first was informed about Luis Garcia's death?
So I was the pathologist on call. So I received the call from our investigator who had responded to the scene.
And which investigator was that?
Her name is Robin Shear.
And so the process you talked about before, the assistant deputy medical examiner there, Robin Shear, the toxicology, your own autopsy report, are those the things that you looked at before coming to a conclusion on the cause and manner of death here?
Well, I came to the conclusion before the toxicology results came back. But yes, those are the things I rely on.
And you know what, let's just talk about the toxicology results at first. Was there anything that was in Luis Garcia's system at the time, or near the time of his death?
Caffeine.
Nothing else, no foreign substances, no drugs, no alcohol, nothing like that?
No.
Did you conduct the autopsy on Luis Garcia yourself?
Yes.
And when doing that, where was that conducted?
At the medical examiner's autopsy facility, which is at Concord Hospital in Concord.
And when did that autopsy take place?
October 2nd, 2018.
So it would be just the very next day?
Yes.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibits 94 through 105. Just a moment. Dr. Duval, I want to make sure defense counsel has a chance to look at these photos. You said that the autopsy was conducted the very next day.
Yes.
I just want to clarify, with Mr. Garcia being shot on October 1st of 2019, you mean October 2nd of 2019, not 18?
Correct.
Thank you.
May I see them before you move the witness?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to these?
No, Your Honor.
So they're admitted without objection? Okay.
Dr. Duvall, I'm approaching you now, and I'm going to just show just generally, and we're going to take a look at these in a moment. I'll have you walk through them. I want to make sure that you recognize these photos first. So what's been marked States Exhibit 94A and 94B. What do you recognize those to be?
So these are photographs of digital x-rays. So whenever there's penetrating trauma, I will take x-rays before the autopsy exam starts.
Switch here to photographs, let's say 95 and, excuse me for a second, 95, 96, and 97. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
Okay. And were these taken during the autopsy that you conducted on Luis Garcia?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a few more photos or questions about those in a moment. Also want to show photographs number 98, 99, and 100. Same question, were these photos taken during the autopsy?
Yes.
And who took these photos?
Me.
And photographs number 101, 102, 103. Do you recognize those three photos?
Yes.
Okay. Same, are these pictures of Luis Garcia taken during the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, photos number 104 and 105. Same question, were these taken during the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm going to leave these photos up here for you to refer to at any point in time if you need. And separate from that, I will display them up on the screen and have several questions to ask you about them, okay? And separate from that, I'm also handing you a wireless mouse. Should be on and working. So at different points, if you see something on the screen and you would like to point it out, unfortunately this laser pointer I have doesn't work on screens, but this does. And we'll be happy to go ahead and do that so you can use the mouse to show people different things that we're seeing. Okay?
Yes.
Attorney Scotty, these are darker photos, so I was just actually going to dim the lights in here so that the screen is a little bit more video.
That would be fine,
better
Robert.
visible. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Is that better, Your Honor? Perfect. Thank you.
And Dr. Duvall, just so we understand, why do you take photos during the autopsy? What's the value in that?
It's another way to document findings. So I document my findings in 3 ways. So written description, photographs, and also a diagram.
And so we understand that the few photos that I've shown you now, is that the complete amount of photos that you took or a fraction of the number?
A small fraction. I take many, many photographs.
And understanding that these are going to be photos of either radiographs or Luis Garcia's body, do you feel that it is both necessary and helpful for the jury to understand what you saw in your conclusions for them to view these photographs?
Yes.
So I'd like to go first and talk about the radiology that was conducted. You stated that you, I want to make sure I get this right, you take x-rays of a body that comes in, and explain to me again what the purpose of that is.
So whenever, they're not taken in every case, but there are certain cases where we do need x-rays. And in the case of a gunshot wound or stab wounds or other penetrating injuries, we take the x-rays to look for evidence of any retained foreign material in the body that may be visible on an x-ray.
And once we get to the x-rays, how does it show up? What will it look like in comparison to the rest of a person's body?
So x-rays are black and white, right? And bone is a much brighter white than surrounding tissues. So you can see the skeletal features pretty well with just a plain x-ray. Anything metal would show up brightly too, as bright as bone, if not brighter.
How old was Luis Garcia when he died?
60.
And approximately how tall was he?
Can I refer to my report?
Yeah, please do.
5'7".
So, how much did he weigh?
231 pounds.
Was his body clothed when you saw it?
Yes.
Can you just generally go through what he was wearing for clothing?
Yes, he had a t-shirt, jeans, shoes and socks. Accompanying him in the body bag were eyeglasses and a baseball cap.
Did you notice any tears or defects in the clothing that he had that was relevant to your investigation?
Yes, so once the clothing was removed, I examined the clothing, and there was a hole in the back of the shirt, very close to the collar line, a little bit on the right side.
I'm going to go ahead and show State's Exhibit 102 at this time. Is this the shirt that you're talking about?
Yes.
And are we looking, I believe you just said back, but I want to clarify, are we looking at the back or the front of the shirt?
So you're looking at the back of the shirt up near the collar and the shoulder line seam.
And what I'd like to do is go ahead and give you the laser pointer right now on the screen. If you move the mouse, you should be able to move that little red dot. And can you please show us where that defect is?
The dot's not moving in sync, but
It's a little slow.
I can't, it's not working.
Not working? Okay.
If you want to do it the old-fashioned way and step down and show, yeah.
That would be fine. Or actually, Your Honor, let me just ask Dr. Duval. Let me ask if this is accurate. Is that the defect that we're talking about?
There it is.
And what I'd like to do is kind of zoom in on that spot here in State's Exhibit 102. Why is this defect significant to you in your determination that what the cause and the manner of death is for Luis Garcia?
Well, I do examine the clothing to look for defects like this. They frequently correspond in location and size with gunshot wounds or stab wounds. And this one does correspond to the gunshot wound that he sustained that was the cause of his death.
During the autopsy, when you are looking at both Luis Garcia, both externally and internally, kind of what's the order of events? What do you do first?
Well, the very first thing I do is take pictures before I touch anything. The as-is photographs, front and back, and document clothing that I just described. If there had been any medical intervention, resuscitation, I would document any treatment that was rendered. And at that point, clothing and treatment is removed. I examine the clothing in cases like this, or all cases. And then I look over the skin surface at that point for evidence of disease or injury.
And when you're looking over the surface, you said evidence of diseases or injury.
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
Really anything. So an external exam of the body, I'm looking for scars and tattoos, but importantly injuries, whether they're abrasions, contusions, lacerations, gunshot wounds, stab wounds. I'm looking for anything, really.
And we're going to get to the full details in a moment, but what did you determine was the cause of death for Luis Garcia?
He died as a result of this gunshot wound, which perforated vital structures in his neck.
And what about his manner of death? You said before there are 5 different manners.
Yes, so his manner of death is homicide.
Other than the gunshot wound that he suffered to the back of his neck, did Luis appear to suffer any other sort of inflictions of force at or around the time of his death?
Oh, there were no other injuries at all.
Part of the photographs that you took, did you also take photographs of Luis's hands and arms?
Yes.
Okay. And for yourself as a forensic pathologist, what is a defensive wound?
So it's a wound that could be sustained when the victim is trying to defend themselves. So often it's to the hands or the forearms. If the victim is on the ground, they may be kicking to try and defend themselves, so it could even be legs or feet.
Did you see any sort of defensive wounds on Luis Garcia?
There were no other wounds.
I'd like to, in that case, I'd like to look through a couple different photos of Luis's arms and hands with you. So first I'd like to look at exhibits number 95 and 98. Do you recognize these as exhibit 95 on the left, the back of his right hand, and exhibit 98 on the right, which is the back of his left hand?
Yes.
Okay. And the mark that we see there on his left thumb, what is that?
So its medical term is a subungual hematoma, but you may know it as, I don't know, just bleeding under the nail.
Did that appear to at all be consistent with the time at which Luis Garcia would have died?
No, it looks like an older injury.
And now going to State's Exhibit 96 on the left and 99 on the right. Excuse me, a close-in photo of both of these. Now going to State's Exhibit 96 on the left and 99 on the right. Do you recognize these as Luis Garcia's right and left palms?
Yes.
No injury seen here either?
Correct.
Zoom in on those again. And then finally on State's Exhibit 97 on the left and Exhibit 100 on the right. Excuse me, this one being State's Exhibit 97, do you recognize this as Luis Garcia's right forearm?
Yes.
Any injury seen here?
No.
State's Exhibit 100, his left forearm. Any injury seen here?
No.
What I'd like to do now is have you kind of explain to us about the gunshot wound that you saw to the back of the neck and the head. And again, if you need to refer to your reports, feel free at any time. Specifically, where was the entrance wound of this gunshot?
So there's a single gunshot wound that entered the back of, really the base of the skull in the back, where neck meets skull, behind his, couple inches behind his right ear. The exit wound was toward the front of the neck.
Towards the front of the neck?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could please have Dr. Duvall step down from the witness stand for a brief moment.
Yes, of course.
Dr. Duvall, I'm going to place myself in your hands. If you could please similarly show the area on the back of my neck as to where the subject is.
So it's located at the base of the skull, where skull and neck meet, about 2 inches behind the bottom of the ear, and a little bit below that. So right in this area here.
Can everybody see that? And the exit wound?
On up here. So it entered the right back of the upper neck and exited just under the jawline on the upper neck in the front on the left side.
Thank you very much. What was the shape of the entrance wound at the back of Luis's head?
It was a fairly round hole in the skin.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 101. With regards to this, do you recognize this to be the entrance wound?
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit about abrasion. Did you know that there was any sort of marginal abrasion about this wound?
Yes, so there's a little bit of scraping of the skin surface on the upper margin of this wound.
And what does that mean to you when you see that? What does that indicate to you?
Well, abrasion around the margin is very typical for entrance gunshot wounds, so it helps us differentiate entrance versus exit. The fact that it's eccentric, it's not all the way around the wound, suggests that the bullet is entering at an angle, or that the skin is not perfectly flat where the bullet entered.
What is the phrase stippling? What does that mean?
Stippling is a term we use interchangeably with tattooing. It refers to marks made by gunpowder particles that strike the skin. So it's a feature of what we classify, how we classify an intermediate gunshot wound, as opposed to close range or distant.
And finally, the phrase soot collar, what does that mean?
So soot is also discharged from the muzzle of a firearm when it's fired. And soot is the ash from gunpowder that's completely burned. Soot will dissipate very quickly, so it's not seen unless the range of fire is fairly close range.
Fairly closely. I'd like to zoom in here now on State's Exhibit 101. And this, inside the yellow box that we can see here on the screen on State's Exhibit 101, can you point out for us or describe for us where there is stippling and what the little marks, how you see that?
So the stippling actually extends even beyond this box, but it's these.
Hold on, you're clicking the button.
Did I do that?
Yeah. There you go.
So the stippling refers to those tiny pinpoint marks that you're seeing on the skin surface surrounding that hole, and they're mostly toward the front of the body, like clustered behind the ear. There's more on the margin of the ear. There's a little bit along the jaw. So that's stippling. Those are marks made by gunpowder particles that didn't completely burn, that are coming out of the muzzle and striking the skin surface.
I apologize for technical problems. Do you mind coming off the stand one more time to help show us where these spots are? I'm having a hard time, and I've seen the photo. Could you kind of describe for us again where we see some of that stippling?
Yes, so there are these coarser areas here. There's a lot of them clustered below the ear. There's a few along the margin of the ear.
So even outside of that area of the yellow box right now?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to the phrase soot collar, do we see anything of that here?
Yes, so the gray discoloration of the skin, right around the defect, that's soot deposition.
Soot deposition. Let me zoom in here. Can you show us that soot deposition again?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a gray sort of smudge that you can see, not all the way around, but most of the way around the entrance.
It's a fair description. You can see it almost at like a 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Thank you very much. With regards to this information, what does that tell you about how far away the end of the muzzle of the gun was that shot Luis Garcia?
So soot, as I mentioned, will dissipate pretty quickly. It's ash. It's very light. So the target has to be fairly close to the muzzle for that soot to be deposited on the skin surface. And there's literature about this and test firing different caliber weapons. And for most handguns, soot will be gone by 12 inches. So 12 inches between the muzzle end of the firearm and the skin surface.
And so at this point, you can say that it's within 12 inches. What the phrase contact wound, what does that mean?
So a contact gunshot wound is when the muzzle is up against the skin. There's no distance. It's tight contact or loose contact, but it's in contact with the skin.
And why is that not the case here with Luis Garcia? How is it that you know this is not a contact wound?
Because if this was a contact wound, all of that soot, all of those gunpowder particles would be injected into the body, not just the bullet. So I wouldn't see it outside the gunshot wound, entrance wound.
How far away from the entrance wound could the end of the muzzle have been?
So that stippling we talked about, that for most handguns goes out to a maximum of 2 feet, maybe a little more depending on the firearm and the caliber of the ammunition. So we're really in that, not zero, maybe a few inches to, since I still have soot
Yeah.
not much more than 12 inches, so it's
So
that's
from
the
a,
range.
so not a contact, but a few inches to not much more than 12 inches.
Correct.
After penetrating the skin, what did the bullet go through? What are the other structures in the body that the bullet went through?
So in this area behind the neck, there's a lot of muscle tissue that supports the head. And then the next structure that the bullet hit was the cervical spine, the neck, the cervical spine. It perforated that. The level is what we call C3, C4. There are 6 cervical vertebrae. This is sort of toward the upper part of the neck. The bullet, in the process, destroyed really the spinal cord in that area. Came out the other side and traveled through some more muscle tissue, the top of the esophagus, way in the back of the throat, and then traversed the muscle under the floor of the mouth before it exited just below the jawbone.
In your report, when you refer to the damage done to the spinal cord, do you use the term pulpify?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
I mean, it's a term we use. It just means destroyed. Really, the tissue has lost all integrity.
And when you say after going through the spinal cord, it exited out the front of the left of the neck where you pointed on me before, correct?
Yes, correct.
Showing now States Exhibit 103. Is this that exit wound that you were talking about?
Yes.
Here, I know in the entry wound you said that there was some marginal abrasion. Did you note any marginal abrasion with the exit wound?
No, this is a very classic exit wound. It's very irregular, slit-like, doesn't have any marginal abrasion, wouldn't have any soot or stippling. That's a classic exit wound.
So, when you said that the bullet passed through Louis' spinal cord, what effect would that have had on him?
Immediate collapse, really. So you'd lose all motor control. It will also interfere with his ability to breathe because the nerves that control the diaphragm are in that, or emerge from that part of the spinal cord. So immediate difficulty or absence of breathing and immediate collapse.
So, in terms of, why is that the problem in terms of breathing? Can you just kind of explain the mechanics of that for the jury?
Yeah, so the mechanics of breathing is that you have to contract the diaphragm, that sheet of muscle tissue that divides the abdomen from the chest. That has to contract in order to expand the volume of the chest cavity to generate the negative pressures you need to inhale. So this happens, automatically. You don't think about it, but if you don't have a diaphragm or it's not functioning, then that can't happen. You can't inhale.
What effect would this damage to his spinal cord have had on his heart?
So I mean, all the nerves that are leaving the brain are essentially coming through the spinal cord. So all of his organs are going to be affected. The heart itself does have some innervation on its own that could potentially, keep the heart pumping. I don't know how effectively, but essentially his body would shut down very quickly.
And the heart would keep pumping, but without any oxygen in the lungs. What does that mean for the ability of the body to sustain itself?
It's not survivable, no.
Would Luis have made noises as he died?
I don't know. I mean, there would have been bleeding into his airway. He may have still had a gag reflex because that's a cranial nerve. It's not coming from the spinal cord. So it's possible there could have been some coughing efforts or noises.
Would he have been able to help himself in any way?
No.
And would he have been conscious?
He could have been conscious for a few seconds to several seconds.
This injury, this wound, is this consistent? And you found that it was a manner of death was homicide, correct?
Correct.
Why is this inconsistent then with a possible manner of death of suicide?
Well, it would be a very unusual location for a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and just the range here and the trajectory, it would just be very difficult, I won't say impossible, but extremely difficult to hold a firearm off the skin behind you and generate this same trajectory.
Would you have expected to see any sign of that or indications of that on his hands that would look through if he had done that?
Yeah, I mean, we do always examine the hands carefully before we do any washing or manipulation, and preserve the hands to look for evidence of gunshot residue or blood spatter on the hands that would indicate that the hands were in the vicinity of the firearm or in the vicinity of the wounds.
And you saw nothing on the hands, is that correct?
Correct.
Based on the injuries that you saw, can you be certain in doing your examination, where you do it there in the hospital suite, in the morgue in the hospital, can you be certain what his body position was at the time that he was shot, whether he was standing or sitting or laying down? Do you know that from just looking at his body?
No, I can only tell you what the path through the body is.
And what, if anything, did you do to document that path through the body?
So when possible, I do use probes and take photographs of the probes. If I can connect the entrance wound and the exit wound, it just shows the line of flight of the bullet through the body. So not necessarily how it's traveling in space, but through the body.
And so did you take photographs of using that trajectory rod to be able to show that trajectory through the body?
Yeah.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 104. Can you explain what the phrase sagittal means?
So sagittal is one of the planes, anatomic planes. It's a vertical plane going straight through the body from down the center of the body.
So could we almost say that this is almost like a sagittal view of looking at one side of the body?
I'd say profile.
Profile.
Okay.
And also now looking at State's Exhibit 105. Do both of these photos accurately show the trajectory that the bullet went through Luis's body?
They do. So the probe is passed through the wound path from entrance to exit. You're looking at the exit side, and it shows that the bullet going through the body is traveling from his back to his front, from his right to his left, and slightly downwards.
Right to left and slightly downwards? Is that
Downwards
right?
if he's upright.
If he's upright. Finally, I'd like to ask about those x-rays that were taken. You had x-rays taken of Luis's head, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and what did you find when you looked at those x-rays?
So on the x-ray, there is a small, very small bullet fragment, maybe a bullet jacket fragment, that was visible on the x-ray. That was located on the x-ray on the left side of the cervical spine.
I'd like to go ahead and now show you State's Exhibits 94A and then 94B. Starting with 94A. Is this one of those two x-rays that was taken?
Yes, we always take two views of the body, so this is a little bit rotated, but this is supposed to be front to back.
And I'd like to go ahead and zoom in now to a little bit closer on that same image. Now I'm going to go ahead and put a yellow, actually, let me just ask you, can you see where those radio dense areas are the parts of the jacket that you found in the x-ray? Can you just describe for where they are on this image?
Yeah, well, there's really one fragment that you can well, I can clearly see.
Yep.
So it's toward the bottom of the photograph. It corresponds to the left side of the cervical spine, the neck bones.
Left side of the cervical spine, is that on the left or the right side of the image that we're looking at?
Right side of the image.
Okay, but it's on the left side of the cervical spine?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you, is this arrow accurately showing that fragment?
Yes.
And now looking at State's Exhibit 94B, can you see the fragment in this photo as well?
Yes.
And does this yellow arrow accurately reflect the location of that fragment?
Yes.
Same spot, left cervical spine. So we're looking at one fragment. We're just seeing it from two different views. Is that right?
Right. So this side view tells you how deep in the body it is, and the front back view, the previous view, shows you if it's right or left. So it's toward the left side of his cervical spine, but a little bit in front.
Was that during the autopsy? I guess from the looks of it, are we talking about a very large piece of metal, or are we talking about a very small piece of metal?
So the X-rays magnify things. It's a flat piece because you're seeing just an edge of it here. It's about the size of a filling because you can sort of correlate it with the fillings in the teeth. Yeah.
Was that piece able to be recovered?
No.
As part of your examination, did it include looking at these particular X-rays before you came to your determination of cause and manner of death?
Yes, so I always take X-rays very early in the exam when the body is still dressed and we haven't manipulated anything.
So just, I guess, once again for the jury, what exactly was the cause of death for Luis Garcia?
He died as a result of this gunshot wound through his neck.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Thank you. At this time, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Howard, are you going to use the screen?
No, I'm not.
Okay, we can turn that back on. All right.
Morning, still morning, with a few minutes here. Just have a few questions for you, Doctor. From conducting your autopsy, you weren't able to form any conclusion as to the time of Mr. Garcia's death?
No.
And from conducting your autopsy, you did indicate that you looked at his hands carefully
Yes.
for gunpowder residue
Yes.
and didn't see any.
Correct.
You indicated that the cause of death was a single gunshot wound.
Yes.
You don't know who fired that gun?
No.
And you don't know what time that gun was fired?
No.
No further questions.
Anything based on that?
Nothing based on that, Your Honor. No redirect. We'd ask the witness to be excused, please.
No objection. All right, Dr. Dubois, will you be excused?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We could just have a moment, please. Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn for lunch a little bit early here. So we're going to take a little extra time. Come back at 1 o'clock. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do any independent research. And we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please. All right, be seated. All right, the state is rested. We're still on the record.
The defense does have a motion. Your Honor, at this point, I would move to dismiss both indictments on the grounds that the state has not put forward sufficient evidence to cause or to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, even when viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I have some arguments that go towards both indictments. I'll start there, and then I have some an argument specific to one indictment, and I'll end with that. Regarding both charges, Your Honor, essentially there was evidence that Mr. Garcia died from a single gunshot wound. There was evidence that there was a gun that could have fired that bullet found in the residence. Brandon was found in the residence, and we have a purely circumstantial case. As the court is aware, in a circumstantial case, if there are any possible conclusions consistent with innocence, it is legally insufficient to establish guilt. What we have here are circumstantial, at least possible rational conclusions consistent with innocence, and therefore it is not enough for the state to have proven its case. There was no testimony regarding any of Brandon's whereabouts that entire day. There was testimony that he potentially had a car. He certainly had the ability to walk. There was no testimony that Brandon was in the house at any particular point in time other than when he was found there. No testimony to eliminate whether anyone else came or went at any point. No testimony to indicate that Brandon had fired a gun. No evidence that would establish that. No tests for GSR, for example. That was the GSR kit was collected. No evidence that it was ever tested. In fact, I believe the evidence was clear that it was not tested. And so there's simply not enough evidence for the state to sustain its burden on either charge. Regarding specifically charge ID 1674110C, that's the reckless charge. The evidence is insufficient to show that there were circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life, and for that reason, that charge must also be dismissed. Or that's an additional reason why that charge must be dismissed.
If I can be heard, please, Your Honor.
Question for the defense while you're thinking about that. If it's just one element, do you, with respect to that charge, do you agree that the lesser included offense of manslaughter would survive? If it's insufficient proof on just one evidence and you're just left with recklessly causing the death of another, that's manslaughter.
Let me just look at the statute for a moment before I answer that question, Your Honor.
there's a case that says it.
Yes, I would agree that that is a lesser included.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Gotti?
Your Honor, obviously the state objects with regards to this. The evidence taken in the light most favorable to the state shows that in this case it is this defendant who knowingly and or recklessly, or perhaps even though it is not alleged, intentionally shot and killed Luis Garcia. The evidence that you've heard about him being at the home is that from Mark Castiglione, that he did not have transportation that was there. He believed that Betty's car had been returned ahead of time. Even then, Mr. Castiglione testified that his son was at home, and was supposed to be at home. He was not supposed to be hanging out with friends or going to anything like church activities until in the evenings or on the weekends. We've heard from the testimony from Tamara Hester here today, as well as from Mark Castiglione, as well as from Patricia Garcia, about the timing of this event, about Luis Garcia's last phone call being made at 7:45 in the morning and ending at 8:28, about the 9:30 phone call that starts from Mark Castiglione to get a hold of Luis. Luis typically picks up. He did not pick this up, and we saw every single one of those phone calls where Luis did not respond. You're looking at a narrow time frame of between 7:45 to 9:30, and at that point something's already wrong. We're talking about a key that was found underneath a mat, the key which was found by Danielle Padovano, not knowing where it was because, as Mark Castiglione said, that key was not regularly kept under the mat, only on the days that Luis was going to be working there. Even she did not know where that was. And for them, in the testimony you heard about them trying to get a hold of both the defendant and Luis Garcia, only to discover that the house is locked and sealed up. The photographs speak for themselves about the condition of the house, as does the testimony of Danielle Padovano, the defendant's sister, as well as Frances Pestana, the defendant's grandmother, about the abilities to get a hold of anybody that was in the house. When we talk about the issues of act, it is clear that Luis Garcia was shot in that particular room. One handgun that is there, consistent with the one bullet casing that is on the floor, that bullet casing being a 9mm Fiocchi, which the testimony of the lab analyst was that is a more rare brand, all copper brand, something that she hadn't seen before, of a very light weight. Usually on the box, according to that, were approximately 92 grams. The bullet itself weighing approximately 88 grams. And we just heard testimony from Dr. Duvall that the radiograph showed that there was a small piece of what appeared to be the bullet jacketing still in the left cervical area of Luis Garcia, accounting for the spent bullet on the floor being the one that the one that went through him. In addition to that, Your Honor, when we talk about the idea of an act, and that act being intentional, the testimony we've heard is that that handgun is in a locked case, in a locked cabinet, and next to the defendant's bed, that even the defendant's own father doesn't have a key for. That locked cabinet has gone into, the box has come out, the gun has been loaded, the defendant's fingerprints are on the slide of the gun, and that gun is the gun that was fired. The testimony you heard today with regards to other shell cases that were tested there, which, as I believe the jury will be able to see clearly from the testimony of Trooper Elsmiller, were rimfire cartridges that don't even match the style of the gun. So the individual who fired that weapon, who took Luis Garcia's life, when we talk about the intent of that individual, we talk not only about the gun, but we also talk about the fact that this is a defendant who is well familiar with this firearm. He has owned it. We've heard testimony that he's gone shooting with it with Luis Garcia within a couple of days prior to this, or at least within a couple of weeks prior to this event. That shows that it is not an accident. That shows that it is not a mistake. And that shows that with a gun owner who has shot that weapon before, to have shot Luis Garcia in that room at that time, while Luis is apparently sanding the wall, that act was more than mere recklessness. That is an act that is done with extreme indifference to the value of human life. There is no indication of any alcohol use or any impairment by anybody here. So the idea that there could be an effect on the individual in forming that intent due to alcohol or drugs has not been presented in this case. That is not the evidence here. So as a result, we feel that both the act and the intent have been established and that the state can meet its burden of proof.
How does the state rule out then that like an accidental pulling of the trigger or some accidental shooting, some lesser mental state, like negligence or something like that? How do you rule out that they're not in the room talking to each other and he's fiddling with the gun and it goes off and shoots him? I mean,
Again, Your Honor,
it makes a big difference, wouldn't you agree?
I think, Your Honor, if there was testimony that this defendant was brand new to firearms, this was not his firearm, an unfamiliar firearm, a firearm that he hadn't shot, a firearm that he hadn't shot recently, a firearm that he hadn't been to the range with this exact same individual. You also heard about not only the trajectory of that particular shot, going through Luis Garcia at a slightly downward angle, him being 5'7", and the features of the gun that are safety features. Think about the trigger. First of all, we know this gun is not susceptible to jar off, but also with regards to that trigger. It's a two-part trigger that involves the finger to be fully in to hold that trigger to make it fire. This is not an accidental whoops. This is not messing around. We have a fully loaded firearm that you're seeing in magazine there. Not negligence and not recklessness.
With respect to the second argument that he makes about the recklessly under circumstances that manifest an extreme indifference to the value of human life, most of the extreme indifference cases that are in the reported opinions involve evidence that of conduct, direct conduct immediately around the cause of death, such as forcing sticks and branches down a victim's throat until they die, or multiple stab wounds to extremities and leaving someone out in the woods to die. Those circumstances. Here, what's the quantum of proof that the state should have to survive a motion to dismiss with respect to circumstances manifesting extreme indifference? Because as I briefly discussed yesterday, really the evidence you have of circumstance is the discharge of a gun. Is that enough for the state as a matter of law to survive on a motion to dismiss?
What you have in addition to that, Your Honor, and I believe that Your Honor is well familiar with a matter, State versus Robert Yacht, which was, I know, directed for both sets of counsel to look at. You also have the actions of the defendant after the fact. So if you think about that particular case, you have a defendant whose actions afterwards show and dictate what his intent was that didn't have the extreme indifference to the value of human life. First of all, not only do we consider then his inebriation, which is a huge relative factor in regards to whether extreme indifference.
You mean in that case?
In that case,
yes.
in that case. You had intoxication in that case. But then you look at the location of the wound, the nature of the wound, and then also what his actions were afterwards. Here, Luis Garcia gets shot in the back of the head while he's in the middle of a sanding project or painting project that's on that wall. So he doesn't see this coming. This is not a situation where two people are in an active conversation about the gun. But then again, once the behavior of the defendant after that occurs, the behavior of the defendant is not to seek help. The behavior of the defendant is not to respond to phone calls, to go walking down the street, to even put his shoes on to go outside. No, at some point, the behavior of the defendant is that the front door is locked again, and he stays there for 5 hours. That is another indication that it's extreme indifference to the value of human life.
Okay. I'll tell you what, on the facts, I mean, applying the standard that I have to apply, the motion to dismiss is denied with respect to both counts. I think it's a closer factual call, but with respect to a legal requirement, I believe that the jury's, the analysis that the defense makes essentially asks me to weigh facts, and that's for the jury to do. I think there's a sufficient amount of evidence to survive, given all inferences in favor of the non-moving party in this case. Given a combination of the physical evidence and the circumstantial evidence, and it'll be up to the jury to determine whether or not rational explanations consistent with innocence have been excluded. But I haven't seen a reckless second-degree case quite like this. Okay, So the motion's denied based on that, given the standard I have to apply and the evidence that's before the record. Although, I don't think Trooper Ellesmere testified that those were rimfire cartridges. I think she couldn't identify what they were, other than they were not consistent with the rounds that she found that were 9mm. So careful with that. I don't think she could identify them as rimfires. Although it was a good try. So anyway, we're going to adjourn now for an hour. Do you anticipate calling Trooper Sloper?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, why don't we come up here and go off the record?
Thank you.
defendant requested to be heard.
Your Honor, is there a feed going? Because I did just see the camera.
Okay, all rise. Pause and access. Okay, we're back on the record. It's 1:36. I had a sealed hearing to discuss some issues with the defense, specific to attorney-client relationships and decisions in the trial. And so we're back on now. This is not a sealed portion of the proceeding because I asked that Mr. Castiglione make a decision about going forward, whether he wants to represent himself, and then decisions about what to do after that. So, counsel of record, Attorney Harwood, where are we?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, you may. Okay, it's 1:38. All right, Mr. Castiglione.
Yes, sir.
So I understand that you're going to continue with counsel representing you throughout the course of the trial, is that right?
As of right now, yes.
As of right now, okay. But that you would like, because it's Friday afternoon, we'll resume Monday morning, but you would like to think about whether or not you're going to testify and meet with your attorneys over the weekend and let us know that decision Monday morning. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I'll grant that request. It's a reasonable request given the nature of the charge. And what'll happen is Monday morning when we return, you'll have the opportunity to let me know whether or not you want to testify. It's entirely up to you. And if you choose not to testify, then we'll proceed with final instructions and closing arguments. If you choose to testify, then your lawyer will then call you and ask you whatever questions you need to ask. But that's really all that remains in the case. If we come back Monday morning and you want to represent yourself and do your own testimony or whatever it is you want to do, you are free to represent yourself at any point in time under our Constitution. And you can do that, okay? But Monday morning when we come back, if you want to represent yourself, then I'll say, okay, do you rest or are you going to present evidence? And then if you say you present evidence, that's what we're going to start with. And then we're going to go into closing arguments and jury instructions after that. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. So what I'm going to do then, Mr. Castiglione, is since the lawyers are still your lawyers, they're going to be in charge of jury instructions, which I'm sure they'll go over with you at some point this weekend to show you what they are. They're all written down. And we'll work those out this afternoon so the lawyers can stay here. We'll work on we'll have a charging conference. I gave you copies of my preliminary instructions that you can take a look at, and in about half hour we can convene in my chambers, or go on the record if you want. And I can, in the meantime, Attorney Harwood, I'm looking at you because you're lead counsel, sorry, no offense. Do you want your client to remain here for that process?
If we could, yes, please.
Okay, all right. That sounds reasonable in case you want to talk. Okay. All right, so in the meantime, the court, this case will be recessed until Monday morning at 9. And, let me double check that. 9 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, 9 o'clock. Folks, I should let you all know, Monday morning is actually jury selection for all the other courtrooms. We picked a special one off cycle, so to speak, for this case. So there'll be a crowd coming, trying to get in the building Monday morning. So just kind of be prepared for that. Build that into your schedules. Your rooms will remain reserved, though, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, court stands in recess until, on this case till then. Counsel, in about half hour, I'll have you brought back into chambers and we'll talk about jury instructions. If at any point we need to come back out on the record for instructions, we can do that.
Your Honor, just briefly, just some idea from both sets of counsel of what you were planning on telling the jury or dismissing him today. I imagine you're going to go back and talk to them.
Oh, I should, okay, can we bring them in actually? Have a seat, because I do need to instruct them not to engage in any, give them protective order. Okay, thank you.
All eyes for the jury, please. You may be seated.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. The state has rested, and at this point in time, I'm going to tell you that we are going to adjourn for the day. There are some things I have to discuss with the lawyers, and we'll start promptly Monday morning at 9 o'clock. The case will conclude Monday morning, and I expect that by lunchtime that you'll have the case for deliberation. I'm not exactly sure when that'll happen, but we're actually a little ahead of schedule in terms of the evidence presented. But Monday, I think it's safe to say that you will have the case for deliberation at some point during the day. That being said, during the weekend recess, do not discuss the case with anybody. Do not go online. Resist the social media posts that I told you about. Do not do any independent investigation. Do not review any media accounts or read anything about this case. And we'll see you back here Monday. Enjoy the weekend. All rise to the jury, please. Yeah, can you just have the bailiffs let them know?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, please be seated. So counsel will give you about half an hour to read through that. The only issue I've left it as a blank is the lesser included offenses, and the sequence in which they have to do that, and the jury verdict form that I'll go draft up now. But it depends on what you decide to do, or you decide to do, with respect to the lesser included offenses. In the meantime, they're probably going to need to discuss that with their client, so just make sure he's available until the attorneys, we authorize him to go, okay? We good? All right, thank you.
Please rise.